semuanya. why always right. Watching Thank you. I should start by asking two questions. The person beside me does not respond to my question. You have my right. This is what I. He's looking for someone. Now, I'm going to ask two questions and I would love your reaction. Simple questions. The first question is this. Now, what you need to note is that what I'm saying is hypothetical. Do not be scared at all. Hypothetical. Now, as we're seated here right now, a bomb goes off outside. Hypothetical. No bomb is going to go off. And suddenly, the security officers get it and say, we have to find out, set up a bomb. And we're going to search everybody. Everybody protect yourselves. How many of you will gladly operate for your safety? There's one hand that went up that I know. No. Seriously. Or should we close the eyes and look? How many of you will do that? How many of you would be glad to walk through? So they'll take you into a room. You'll be asked to undress, and they'll check whether you have the device like connected. So nobody else is seeing it. How many of you will cooperate with that? No, so the number has now. How many of you will be glad? So this incident has happened, and we need to find out. Nobody's going to be asked to scream, but everybody's going to be asked to go through a metal detector. How many of you will cooperate? Some hands are still not up. What are you going to accept? I need somebody who has not raised their hand to explain. You raise your hand. What do you want? Everybody go. What would you accept? Oh, okay. So if you rest, prevention is better than cure. But this is hypothetical scenario. Now, what I've just described to you are different reactions that governments and government agencies have to certain things that you consider your fundamental right. It is your fundamental right to have self-dignity. One of the jokes I mentioned that go through the airport is that one of these things. They will ask us to speak just to be sure, what's the point? Better detector, raise your hand, turn around, once in a while you're put in, they touch your belt and things like that. But the reason we're having this conversation is because there is a tension between two principles, and we need to identify them. On one hand, on one hand, there is the duty of security agencies and government to protect lives and property. It is the primary responsibility of government. On the other hand, there is the fundamental right of citizens. Look at section 27, section 29 of the Constitution. It talks about the rights. So the question is, privacy for the sake of security. The reason that I describe those three scenarios to you, the only difference between everybody and go through metal detectors, the only difference is dignity. It's to achieve the same objective. And that's the reason why a conversation about digital rights is always a conversation about there are things that need to be done, but you cannot do them. You can't solve a problem by creating another one. I'll give you an example. So, there is a hospital in Nigeria. I won't mention names or hospitals. This is a topic of education. There's a hospital in Nigeria, massive hospital, probably massive hospital. And I say public for a reason. They want to attend to customers, you and I. And they want to make sure that every information is accurately so that you can spend less time in the hospital. I don't know many of you like when you get to the hospital and the person you're meeting at the front desk is writing, and then by the time you get to the next person you're supposed to see, they are waiting for the file. Nobody likes that. You want a case where by the time you get to the doctor, he can look at the screen and he can see information there. That's what they wanted to do. But in doing this, they partnered with a bank, amongst other partners. All of their other partners, the IT company, their job. But what the bank did was that the bank created a back-end platform so that when people go to pay, so if you come for call, you pay for call consultation. It will be recorded so that when you get to the doctor doesn't diagnose you with malaria and give you something wrong. So they meant well. But unfortunately, somehow, one of the technical guys working on this project happened to have allowed that information to be on the web and not on the internet. So what it means is that if you go to www.something.com/data, you can actually see the entire database of people who pay in the hospital for what they pay for.
So when this was reported to us, we did a quick search. What was the first thing you searched for? The first thing we searched for was HIV, because I believe that there are certain things that everybody agrees. This is probably between me and my doctor. We search for it, and believe me, like I said, it's a matter of public record. Sometimes it's because of qualified convention. You can see the name of the person, their home address, their phone number, and you find that they came to HIV screen. Then the result wasn't there. That's one example. And I see you laughing. Let me push it closer to you.
It's another example of when the Lagos State, federal government did license plates. So you can just put the license plate and then all the details. So if you're driving next to a fine bill, you can just take out license plate, name and everything before you even miss.
So if you're a professional thief and you want to steal a car, you just go to that database and tell which car, where the person lives, and all that. I've been asked to reduce my voice and it's too loud. I like that. Because I have a bit of a cold, so I'm wondering whether my voice is loud. Okay? Now, the other example I was going to give is, how many of you in this room have international passports? Okay? How many of you in this room have voter registration card? How many of you in this room have your national ID card? You don't have to have a card, but you should register. Because I know there's a difference to register and have a card. Okay? How many of you have a driver's license? How many of you have a bank account? Now, how many of you have to give your biometric information, all your 10 fingers, including your toes, all your 10 fingers, you have to thumbprint to get all these things? How many of you? Why is it that every time I have to apply for another public service, I have to give the same biometric information I'm given all over again in a system where, how many of you know Nigeria does not have a data privacy law? How many of you have stopped to ask, before I give this biometric, you know what the biometric information is, right? It's a lie. If for any reason we want to find out if we do that earlier on, and we get your information tied to that location, you are gone. You will rush in jail. We give you multiple licenses. But how many of us have ever stopped to ask that question? Oh, there's no data privacy law. So why are we giving all this data? How many of you know that multiple agencies in Nigeria have lost information? One agency registered information with this example. The intention is not to scare, the intention is to explain something. The registered in laptops through a contractor, and when you deploy 400,000 units and you finish the project, what do you do? If it's a project that you are not going to do again for maybe 8 years or even 16 years or more, what do you do with those laptops? Someone said recycle, someone said sell. So this guy said, okay, let's put some of our money. We're going to sell this laptop. Now, one of the laptops that was sold was on the house. On this laptop, we found a database. So apparently, somebody in the office decided to sell a laptop that was not right. By the way, how many of you have technical background and engineering on the side? Okay, how many of you know that delete button is a psychological lag? You know when you press when you press delete and it tells you computer alive, when the computer says should we delete this permanently, not even recycle it. How many of you know that information can still be completed? So it's even worse when someone sells a computer with information that has not been erased. What happened to this person when they were reported? Nothing. Now, the reason we have a conversation about digital rights is because if care is not taken, three things to happen. Number one, certain people, certain agencies, certain institutions, and I speak not only of the public, I speak of the private sector. How many of you have social media accounts? How many of you have ever typed this history.google.com? Anyone?
What?
History.google.com. When you do that, you will probably do what I did. By the way, you can actually make sure if you have a phone like me, according to NCC, everybody and definitely like their Apple. I mean, NCC is over 100, everybody has a phone. Of course, we don't have a phone. But if you have a phone, do you know that your phone tracks everywhere you go? So if you go to this computer, for example, you use an Android phone, even if you don't use an Android phone, any other phone you use for different platforms, it will tell you where you were at what. So, for example, if you're married and you have told your wife that you went to a friend's Abuja, and I think it's around this morning, and for some reason, suspects, you don't go there and tell her. And then she says, let me see on Google, and she sees Abba. And what you said you were going to Abuja, but that's just Bible. The reality is that even though this motivation is connected, we need to get a Uber to come to the exact location you are. They have to get you to activate your location so that they can find you where you are. So when I speak of these three things, I speak not just of government, but I speak of private sector. Even some of you, when people come for your meetings, you collect the information you don't need. Name, home address, everything you need home address. When I go to public buildings, I go to public buildings to tell me to write names. You know the name I write? Sorry, or what, and I do it at times. To have a conversation with the security guard. And I three questions I ask them. Number one, how do you know this is my name? And then they laugh. Secondly, how do you know I haven't taken a picture? Because big men, big women go to these buildings. If I want to catch them, all I need to do is take a picture of that page, and I can call them, which is the reason why, as I speak to you today, how many of you know that there is a city called 5 million most important numbers in Nigeria? The numbers are on that city. It's being sold. It's a breach of your privacy. But the reason why this happens, I can also give you reasons. Number one, digital rights are violated at times because people don't know what their rights are. You can ask questions. So, for example, when many of us fill forms, they will say something like, you have to tick somewhere to receive adverts, and then tick somewhere else for terms and conditions. Some of us automatically tick both. It's possible for you to accept terms and conditions without accepting to receive adverts. Many times you don't know. It is important for you to know that you have a certain right. The right to privacy. Unfortunately, yes, I don't have privacy law just yet. But there are instruments in place that Nigeria has subscribed to that makes you have that right. In addition to even some possibly agreeable sections of the Constitution. So one is, I don't want to because at times, but if anything else, I would love for us to be, to ask questions. The next time someone says, give me your biometric information, just ask the same question. You may not have the right if you put an embassy to apply for a visa anyway, and you say, put your 4 fingers. If you want a visa, you have to put your 4 fingers, right? If you want a passport, you have to give them biometric information, right? But just ask the question. Create some awareness. And I ask this question all the time. And the question is, how do you store this information? One of those times I asked this question, and the organization invited me to come and see where they are storing the information to show me that it's very secure. That organization may be in this room, so I won't mention exactly what happened. But I thought that was very stupid. How do you show something that's secure? And it's taking there. In 2016, if I can have access, who knows what's in my pocket? Oh, sorry. Are you enjoying it? No, you are not. That's one. The second reason this happens, are you hearing me? The second reason this happens is that there are times when certain people who are supposed to get something done make mistakes or exceed their authority. A very simple example was so that INEC, who wanted to make some money a few years ago and stole voters' day. There are people that do that. Of course, they will be prosecuted if possible. Of course, they will be fired and things like that. But because these things could happen, we need to be conscious of rights. The third reason why we should have this conversation is because the tension between security and rights will always happen. It is easy for people in the position where they're not financially to say, oh, I want my rights, absolutely. But in a situation where people begin to say things that are hateful online, there will be two extremes. One extreme will be, let's ban hate speech. Let's create a new law and ban every hate speech, which doesn't solve the problem. I don't like it. And there's the other extreme to say, allow anyone to say anything they want, no consequences. So it's important for us to have this conversation from time to time. So if you remember nothing else I have said, I'm standing there and someone is writing a struggle. Politely, that's what. Now, if you remember nothing, remember this. Digital rights are not just about this is my right. If I get it, fine. If I get it, if I don't get it, fine. Digital rights are about the fact that unfortunately you are now in a system where your rights are not the first thing that some of the agencies will deal with, some of the companies will deal with. Your rights are not the first thing you'll think about. The first thing we'll think about is security. The first thing we'll think about is how to make money. The first thing we'll think about is whatever they can get from you. It is now your own responsibility to be conscious of things like your right to information, your right to privacy or data privacy. And the more we are conscious of these things, the more we are aware of these things, the easier for us to do how do you get to a scenario now in Uganda? Two things about the last week. The government set up something called reforms. The government wants to check who's watching for. I do respect governments and their religious bias. But my question, honestly, is that the biggest problem that Uganda has right now? People are wanting to know. So let's make sure. At the end of the day, what happens with this? In Nigeria, four states in the south of Nigeria, the governors invited the activists of people to begin to do the information about the position after that person became the government. If we did that, I would check their votes and do illegal votes, and they don't go to the question. Even though I'm organized. But one more reason we must have this conversation is because it's that from July 1, now have to pay tax before you use social media. Okay. The reason Uganda got there is because when some ideas are proposed and people keep quiet, unfortunately, they will have time. Do you remember the frivolous petitions in Nigeria now? The famous anti-social media bill. Do you know the reason why that bill was never passed? Because you spoke up. When your rights as a citizen are threatened by systems, by institutions, or by processes, it is your responsibility on your behalf, on behalf of everyone else, for you to speak up. And there are levels of speaking up. We go to court when we believe that we have to go to court. And another time, what you just say is you speak up and ask questions. Or like I will do. But whatever you do, please.
Just look at PPM, CM, INDEC, NIMC, driver's license. They will just set up queries across the stack, and we have no that some of these databases that are really and someone can issue a driver's license for you, someone can someone that issue passport for you, someone the same way we are national. Data has talked about how you as individuals should fight this. But really, it's not a fight for individuals. What countries do to make sure individuals that they establish what is called clear.
Hello, that's hello, that's is it active?
etc, etc. But there's a need for us to open our mouths, ask questions. He mentioned that INEC sold data to a third party of voters. We didn't know about it. Did you know? Until he mentioned it today. How many of us knew? But these things are happening day in, day out. There's a need for us to ask questions. There's a need for us to be aware, be conscious. What data are you giving to this person? If you don't have to give your home address, don't give it. An example. I went to register a SIM with MTN. After the registration, the guy that did the registration came to my house. It's creepy. Like, it's very creepy. And he's asking the gate man, I'm looking for Nike. And I was like, okay. And the gate man calls me. Nike, there's somebody that is here to see you. I'm like, oh, hi. What are you doing here? It's like, I really like your face. You're very pretty. But it happened. It's not only me. This is not only me. I'm not the only person that this has happened to. So who do I hold accountable? No, please, it's creepy. You know your customer is very creepy. Why would a random person? You were told to do a job, not take. It happens in banks too. You put your name, your phone number, just because the cashier thinks you're a fine person or you have plenty money in your account, starts calling you. Hello, hello, hello. My name is this. You came to my bank. It's very creepy. But because there's no law to hold them accountable. And Paradigm Initiative and other civil society organizations have been pushing for these laws to come into place, and not just for any law, a comprehensive one. If you look at the general GDPR, it's very comprehensive. And there are fines for people who break the law. Big fines. So we need to be proactive. We need to ask questions. We need to know if somebody is telling you, give me your family history, you ask for what? Why? What do you need it for? Why are you asking me for this? There's so many places I go to. I'm just going to write my name. I'm not giving you my email address. Men will come. What's your phone number? No, I don't do phone numbers. I do email addresses. Thank you. Send me a mail. So this is what I'm saying. Let's be proactive. Let's ask questions. Let's be careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. John. But maybe later on you give me the complete story of that guy, the backstory of that guy that came to your house. Again, how many of us know that every one of us that are in ICT, we're actually here for data? Data is the only reason why we do technology. How many of us know that? The pipes that are on the undersea cables, the MTNs of this world, everybody is here for data. Now, if this is true, is it not strange then that our country that seems to derive so much from ICT, we say technology has brought more than even oil, and yet we don't have a single line of legislation that sort of prescribe how these data can be harnessed and managed and protected and secured. Is it not strange? Is it not ironical? Now, how many of us know of the GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation? Is a European law. It has direct effect in the member countries of the European Union, and is somehow constructively made to have a treaty effect, because I don't know any country in this world that doesn't have a European. We have clients in Nigeria that are asking, please, how do we become GDPR compliant? Some hospitals, actually. So what GDPR does is it turns your data into your own property. It says you are the owner of your data. And if you know the law of property ownership, all the incidents of ownership applies to your data in a network environment. That's the sort of thing we need to adopt in Nigeria. And it's only a law that can make this happen. One beautiful element of GDPR is what they call breach notification. So as a person or government agency a business that thrives on data, every network breaches that you suffer that has any implication on data, you must disclose it. Not just disclose it to the individuals involved, but disclose it publicly. That is why we get to hear this company has been hacked, that agency has been hacked, and so on and so forth. We're being hacked all over in Nigeria, in Africa, but because we are not compelled to disclose this information, we don't ever get to know. Now, I understand NIDA has come in to solve a whole lot of these problems. So I'll give you a chance to, in 5 minutes, I'm not passing you, sir, to just tell us what NIDA has done in relation to this and how successful your enforcement approaches has been.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valentine Udo. My name is Valentine Udo. It's not okay. Thank you. So, as we all know, I'm from NIDA, and first of all, I would just like to highlight something Mr. Benga said about about how a lot of organizations collect our information. The banks take our biometrics. Nifty, they take our biometrics. MTN, they take our biometrics. Everybody takes our biometrics. And as we said, it's all the same. It's all the same information. It doesn't change. So the first thing NIDA is doing is to make sure all this information can be in one unique database. So we focused on our data interoperability framework, which is one of the primary things we've been working on in the past few months. We did a stakeholder get together sometime last month, and it's actually very important, and it's very big that all organizations first and foremost must be able to find a way to make sure that their information is in the same format, in the same way, so they can pass through each organization and be exactly in the same way, so they can each agency can actually talk to each other, basically. And also, there's something I want to highlight, and that there's always been this mixture of schools of thought, basically about data and information. The internet is supposed to be available for everyone, right? But then there's also these people saying, no, I can't give out this certain information to people I don't want. And that's where the privacy thing comes in. So there's this contradiction between privacy, integrity, availability, secrecy, whatever you want to call it. But some people want it to be more available, while some people want it to be more secretive. And that is where everybody comes in. For example, the hate speech thing. People go online. I know a lot of you are on Twitter here. People go online and say, oh, men are scum. And according to the interpretation, that can be hate speech. Now, women are hating on men. Some people talk about other things. So I believe there are still some places that it's all up to us. And there's nothing an organization can come up and just declare, okay, we're working on stopping Twitter from Nigeria. That will never work. So I just want to mention what NIDA is not doing, first of all, before I mention what NIDA is doing. And then also, in terms of big data and analytics, which you mentioned, NIDA is also, we've also taken the initiative. We met also sometime last month. We did a stakeholder get together to ensure that the big data and analytics in Nigeria, we brought in some private, some institutions. We want to make sure that everybody is included in whatever decisions and policies we're creating to ensure, first of all, our information is together, and then before we can now secure it. So there are already drafts in place. I'm going to give you an example. He talked about the ignorance of Nigerians, and we believe the first step to make sure everything is in place is awareness, to make sure people are not ignorant. We want it to be whenever you're giving your data or your information to somebody, people should be able to ask the question, what do you want to use it for? How can you ensure the security of this data? You're not going to sell it to anybody. So, for example, if MTN wants to collect your fingerprints or your number, and then you tell them, how can you ensure that somebody is not going to come to the front of my house and say I look good and they want to get to know me? And MTN, they're supposed to tell you, we're going to do this by betting our staff to make sure that we have no stalkers, by putting penalties to make sure that if anything happens and you report it, the person gets sacked. Now, the next question, apart from that, is, are there SLAs? Are there written, is it written and is it in the public space that what you're telling me now is actually going to happen? So, for example, there are a lot of, I worked in the domains unit in NITA before I moved to the security department. And there were a lot of things we experienced where a service provider would tell an organization that, hang on, you are owing us 100 million, provided service to you for 15 years. And they'll say, where they'll bring it to NITA, and NITA would meet these service providers and say, where did you, who accepted this? Where the written content that this organization said this? And a lot of people don't have it. They have no documentation, but they can beat their chest and claim that so organization is owing them money. So it's always there that things must be written. And that is what we want to ensure, first of all, in the awareness part. And NITA is also endeavoring in ISO 27001. Now, there are plenty other security standards out there, but ISO is the international standard for information security, which we are currently implementing in our organization, and we plan on making this. We plan on making this go eventually organization-wide in the government, so that as our information is being in a singular database and being spread, we are guaranteed that the information is being secured. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for NIDA. Very quickly, we'll call on Dr. Yao to have his own intervention.
Thank you very much. I thought you have introduced me. Okay, my name is YZ, and I work with the Center for Information Technology and Development, CTAD. I think my point of intervention is to illustrate the complexity of the problem that we are discussing. When Benga started with the question of how many of us were ready to do a strip dance, many people said no. Well, virtually everybody said no. And that was because we understood the issue of privacy offline. Privacy online is something else. And sometimes we don't consciously think about it. And I want to illustrate its negative impact. Over the last couple of years, we've been engaged in trying to understand the gender dimension of the digital divide. And now, as I look at this whole, I see that there's relatively fewer females than the larger majority of us that are men. And we are asking, why is it that women were reluctant to be online? And we found that issue of privacy was very high on the agenda. we had stories about marriages that had collapsed because of privacy. We have had stories about women who have been raped, women who have lost this career, women who have lost this means of livelihood because this privacy had been compromised online. Now, what that means is that many women fear to be online. Now, what does that mean? Today, we know that education is a right, but internet is the tool with which you can access that right. So if women are not able to go online because of fear of this privacy being compromised, then this right to education so minds. The right to receive and impart this net information is a right guaranteed by our Constitution. It's a right guaranteed by all other international covenants for human rights. But today, that right, for you to access it and actualize it, you need access to internet. And so if women can't be online, then the education, information for them is also delegated. And so too, the right to participation in our governance and so forth. And so all the talk this morning about inclusion means that if we don't pay attention to issues of privacy online, we will not be able to address that question of inclusion. But it's not as easy as we think about it. I've also been involved in monitoring hate speech online. Now, what is hate speech? Hate speech is that specific form of communication act that invites its audience to condone or to commit violence against other people. Today, we've seen how that is freely being distributed and disseminated online. Do we ask government to monitor and stop hate speech from spreading? That would derogate our right to privacy online. Okay, so we need to deal with it, but we also need to protect our privacy online. I think that for me, the first most important thing is about awareness. When we interact with devices,
of us can go to Facebook and say, well, I don't like your terms and conditions. I would rather you design one for me. How many of us know that when you get your SIM from MTN, you actually, have executed a contract? Those times when you get that package, the contract is already signed, and is sort of monitored by NCC, and you, by putting that SIM, you've accepted the terms of the conditions of use. The same with Twitter, the same with everybody else, Google, and so on and so forth. This is why it is extremely important to emphasize that while as individuals, we can ask questions, we can try and see how we can manage the use of our information appropriately. What we really need is a law. It's a law that creates the duty on the part of the provider and creates the rights on the part of citizens. So if we don't take anything away from today's event, let us take an advocacy point. The point is that we can petition government to come up with the right law that will enable this interaction between private sector and citizen, government and citizen, for the preservation and protection of our data. The United Kingdom is pulling out of the EU. We knew that it's called Brexit. But one thing they did was, the effect of Brexit will mean that they quickly, because 25th of May was looming, so to speak, they took the GDPR and copied it, pasted it under their own legislative head and call it the UK Data Protection Law. So if a country like the UK can do that, I don't know why we should. Because the people that are coming to our country using massive technology are coming to harvest and write on our data for their own commercial reasons. So if our government is not doing enough to protect our rights here, I think it is our place to push them to do so. Now I'm going to throw the floor open. I'm just looking spiritedly for a female hand because Dr. Wisey had said something about gender inequality. Okay, there's one to my left. Yeah. Unfortunately. Please, Doug, use the mic.
Cyberspace studies at Nasarawa State University. I've just been listening, and I think the real problem is awareness. Because currently, thanks to the Senate, which the moderator himself is a member of the data protection bill that is coming up by the Senate and Privacy Act, is already in progress. And we're going to have a retreat, and then we'll have a stakeholders meeting. And this afternoon, you're going to hear a little bit about data protection and the GDPR, what it's doing to us. And I've heard a lot about that here. And like they say, it's a business, and who owns data? So I just want us to have that in mind. The only thing that, like the moderator, will have to hold government accountable to make sure, and our regulatory agencies, because the problem we really have sometimes is not having the law. The biggest problem is enforcing the law. We have NIDA, we have NCC, we have all these guys. A lot of things have been happening. Just imagine you pick up your phone, you bought your data, you make a phone call, and you be shouting hello, take your meeting. Who do you report to? We don't have regulators in place. So just having the law is one part. I think regulators would be the key for the success of us even having data protection itself.
Thanks a lot, Doug. Of course, I'm a Senate expert group in cyber. The fact that I not mentioned that doesn't mean I don't have faith in so many of those kinds of groups. so many initiatives. And I remember, I think 2004 or so, we had the first electronic transactions bill, and it still hasn't passed till now. So there are several efforts to undermine the
They just interact sexually, and the small summary of it all is those are not aware. I've learned a lot today about privacy and this. I'll give you an instance of what happened. The woman was to travel. She told her friends through Facebook that she wanted to travel and that. Unknowingly for her, the armed robbers came and robbed her house when she was away. So if she had known this what we are discussing this afternoon, she would have mentioned it on Facebook. And that's how they came and robbed her house. But unfortunately for them, they were caught. So when they were asking the armed robber, they said that they saw it on internet when the woman mentioned she was the travel so date, and they had to key into that and came and robbed her house. So it still boils on awareness. Many citizens are aware of their data rights. I pray that by the grace of God, the law will be enacted an awareness for everybody to know, so that we know our rights as citizens.
Madam. I understand the online question is on. So when you are ready, let me know. All right. Sure.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trix Onoha. I work for Central Design Technology. I'm a technology expert. Sure. So I want to support what Barrister Basil said. You need all my life deploy technology. The first thing you do, you get the rules for usage. Company, which is most of the time in Nigeria, you give somebody a laptop, you have to give them for using the laptop. So part of, like you're saying, when you talk about privacy, all this thing, the best advocacy in the world is San Francisco Bay Area. I used to work in Silicon Valley. And one of the things you do is what he has been advocating for, to put the rules. For example, in California, the first time I went there, I rented an apartment. So I thought it was like Nigeria. So we would do legal agreement. The legal agreement. So I just signed. So what we need to do is the legal framework. For example, the country, they take your passport, they do something. So sometimes I start putting my technology card. So what are you doing that for? You did that last time, you did that last time. Because they don't know. Because technology doesn't actually work. I can test it, it doesn't work. Because if it actually works, you know this person is passing. So part of what the first thing we need is technology. I always say this. The most important thing in technology is not that technology itself. The second one is the legal framework. What law says that? If somebody takes my money, what legal framework? One of the things I used to, when I go to banks, sometimes I tease them. They say use ATM, use ATM. In California, if my money is the bank pays me. FBI go figure it out. In Nigeria, my money is so you have the legal work surrounding these things. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, you have a question from the audience, the online, yes. Let's try and bring in online folks because
my name is Otunto Tony. I'm standing in for the online. We have two questions here. The first one is from Bukola Fawole. His question is concerning the GDPR Why are organizations in Nigeria silent about this, especially banks and telecoms? The only bank that made an attempt that I am aware of is Stanbic Bank, but going through the policy has done nothing in terms of being compliant with the write-up. The second one is from Caleb Ogundele. He's directing this one to Adenike Ujunwon. Pardon me, please. From the African Academic Network on Internet Policy. You touched briefly on GDPR. Can you show us one of these principles which is to the GDPR? Can you share with us one of the principles which is right to be forgotten?
All right, so Mr. Jibak, right to be forgotten. Someone from online wants you to elucidate on that. And on the question of why Nigerian banks and telecom companies are not implementing GDPR, I think the very basic answer to that is GDPR is actually not a Nigerian law. And in Nigeria, yes, but it is a good standard for data protection. So you, this gentleman was actually the first guy that raised it.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Can you turn your face so that the people
all right. All right, good afternoon. I want to actually appreciate all the presenters and everyone on the stage. My name is Ruti Edward, I'm a technologist. The first question is, what is the government doing? Because everybody will mention sensitization and they need to sensitize people. What platform, what strategy? Is it going to be online sensitization? People here, you want to gather the whole of Nigeria to talk to. Because we need to have sensitize the people, just like this woman mentioned. And the lady that was killed was not aware of what happened, of what was going to happen, that she got killed. So what measure? Are we going to gather people like this and be telling us, or year by year, gather us to sensitize us? Few of us, and millions of Nigerians are out there. That's number one. Secondly, this question is actually to either NIDA or NCC. What is NIDA or NCC trying to do to streamline or to harness data that are captured or that are registered by the same person, or maybe on the same information? I NCC do that or synchronize them together?
That's a good question. Let me come to you before you hang me.
Tony Odetayo, and I work for China Integrated Services Limited, and I'm the chairperson for Abuja branch of Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria. Oh, you can hear me? Okay. My name is Tony Odetayo Faladi. I'm chairperson for of Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria. My first question is, okay, NIGF, you took my data online. I came again today, you asked me to write on paper. What are you doing with it? Okay, they said not put on the billboard in front of Sheraton or anywhere. Don't put it on the internet. And then the next one is, Mr. Adenike, what happened to you sort of has happened to me. And then it came to, it just dawned on me, we didn't report. So we haven't actually helped the situation. If we have, maybe, I'm sure they've done it to several people. As they did to you, they've done to a lot of other people. If maybe the organization didn't even know it's happening. If we reported, maybe something would have been done to reduce it, or at least maybe they will now put place whatever to deal with that. And last, but not last, information security policy culture, and in that culture is the policy and the other ones. And part of the ways to instill that awareness is for organizations to continuously teach make their people, their staff, the employee understand the implication of what they're doing and how it will affect the
I don't know when you said that we were not reporting. Were you speaking for yourself? Because she hasn't said that she did not report. Oh, you did report too? All right. So
thank you. H.A. Wakani is my name. FinTrack Consulting. First, let me go to Paradigm Initiative. Thank you very much for the presentation that has been so far. My intervention is, in view of the fact that digital data does not, the law that is being advocated for, what do we do with already captured data? Can we conduct a mass burial? Can we conduct a mass burial and take off from somewhere? The minister just said, of course, the minister just told us, we have 103 internet subscribers in the country today. That makes us the 10th subscriber base in the whole world. Now, if you add ENEC and all other agencies in Nigeria to this, and then I want to assume too that seated here and those of us, I mean, some of us are our colleagues at home, would have applied for a job somewhere and submitted a CV. And that CV is a multitude of data, which means nobody is that kind of data. Somehow, somewhere, sometime, you must have surrendered some data, which is still floating. Law comes into being tomorrow. What happens to data already captured? I don't know. Yes, instead of just initiative, it should be. Right. The government, yes, have a right to protect us, and in doing so, will want to infringe on some rights or demand that some rights be ceded to them. If tomorrow we also have law based on government's demand and on personal protection, does the law and its enforcement alone solve these privacy and rights issues? Because whether we like it, all has become digital. We will still need to do some things that will involve the surrender of some digital. So I am really wondering, you and the panelists, where do we really go from here? It's like a murky water that law alone perhaps will not do. Thank you.
It's a very, very good question. Extremely interesting, especially given the retroactive effect that the law meant to have, given the fact that all of us that are of adult age have even about one word, and the law cannot operate to the use of those data and how they are shared and applied. I see another young lady. I'll come to you. But this guy, please, can we be very, very quick and brief?
My name is Emmanuel Okoy. I'm a cybersecurity analyst. I've been in the field for 6 years, different agencies, personally like. Right, and for what to say, the essence for all the grammar we don't have professionals in this. If we have professionals and all this is going on, flops of data and loopholes and vulnerabilities in our database. But we have guys who are ready to do the job, but we don't have the tools. What do? Our database is vulnerable. We have helped put this thing in public, or maybe just few enough. Then I see done. One is this: incompetent hands are the ones handling the stores. I'm saying because I fear nothing. I've been in the field, so I know what I'm saying. I have guys who can do good things. Secondly, lack of sophisticated tools. When we don't use good tools, licensed tools, we like cheap things, and then we get it off. So what do? For a man that can never grow above the way he reasons, and that is a problem. 3, copy and paste. We do copy and paste, and we paste it wrongly. That's one of the things. And finally, the way forward, is we need professional experienced hands. People who can do this thing real life. We show the working and then we go forward. Pay them, yes. But when you pay the white guys, they come here, they do it, and they don't show you the secret behind it, they keep putting you in the dark. Finally, we need to train persons. We don't just need to talk about awareness. You can be aware, but you don't have the tools. So how do you solve the problem? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So it's a very, very good intervention. He emphasizes the skill set, the tools involved, and the technical know-how. Please, I need you to be quick because we have just been informed that 5 minutes is called coming for the next day.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bodunde Jadesola, and I'm a Paradigm Initiative Fellow. My question is this: being that we don't have laws in Nigeria that guide against the infringement of our digital rights, when people abuse these rights, like when people use hate speeches online, what is the right thing to do? Is censorship okay? Censorship not an infringement of rights, or is there an alternative? That's my question.
A very good question. I always like young people, so because technology is really there.
Good afternoon. My name is David Odulami. I'm a Paradigm Initiative Fellow as well. So my question is about Google. It's about digital rights, and it's about Google. So we all know that Google is in our lives, basically, like everywhere we go, our phones, Google. But I want to know how right it is, because Google reads our mail, and I feel like the infringement of our digital rights. So I want to know how right it is that Google for Google to read our mail, because someone sent a mail to me and we're supposed to meet somewhere, and I already got suggestions to reply the mail that I'll meet you by so time. And I got a reminder on my phone that you're supposed to meet someone somewhere at this time. I want to know how, am I the owner of my life anymore? Just that's
let me ask you a question. Can you stand up? When you sign up, first of all, are you paying for that Google email?
No.
You're not, right? That's one. The second is, when you sign, yes or accept. All right. So that's your answer. That's the answer to your question. Advertisement is the only reason why you get anything free online. That is it. So these organizations will beg you to give them that information. We're going to have just one more question, and then we're going to have internet question, and then we have the audience in comments before we leave.
Good afternoon. My name is Adeoti Ayodeji, student of Uni Abuja and from Department of Computer Science. So my question is like this. One of the speakers mentioned about all our information being on a single unique database. Now, as a member of the audience said that we don't have technical expertise. Now, we all know about putting all our eggs in the basket. We put all our database, everything in one single database, whereby you don't have enough security. And you just put everything there, then if I'm someone that can easily access everything. So is there any way you can actually try to curb it since they know we don't have enough security? And another question is that are there borders to what information is being shared? For example, now, as a person, if I had access to loans, what I would do to expose the public is that I open an organization, then I just put up in front of being someone like probably MTN, telecommunication network, and I get information. Then you don't tell me what information I can share. I share whatever information I sell. I get my money. Yes, you still keep on registering as me, as a SIM card, but I'm doing a single under business under.
If you did that, that would be cybercrime actually. And if you are arrested, you'll be prosecuted under the Nigerian Cybercrime Act. I'm telling you that free. Now we're going to have the last question from the. I hope is it one or two?
This is from Read One.
Someone talked about sensitization and awareness and how what strategy can we use. The truth is, a lot of people are not interested when it comes to digital rights policy because they feel it's too technical, it's too up there. I've not even thought about feeding. Facebook even have the data. I need to be on Facebook to be with my friends. So we need, first of all, we need to sensitize the media people. A lot of media people don't even know about these issues. And the mass media are the ones who are charged with the responsibility of going out there and creating that awareness. Then another strategy that we can use, and something that I also do, and I'm sure other people here do as well, is going out to meet individuals. Because like you said, we can't sit in a room and expect for people to understand. So we also have that responsibility. Go out to schools, talk to the young people, go out to universities, talk to them. One of the things we are doing with techcultureng.com is also to reach out to young people, reach out to young girls, let them understand why they need to keep their data safe. Go to universities when it comes to issues of fake news, which is also another major issue when it comes to digital rights. Educate people about misinformation, the difference between misinformation and fake news. So we also need to go out there to people one-on-one and not just sit in the confines of our own cozy environment.
Thank you very much. 1 minute, and I'm timing.
Wow. The question was what NIDA is doing about the multiple sources of information around. Okay, so we've already taken this step. I mentioned it previously. The stakeholder engagement on the data interoperability framework, which is a multi-stakeholder discussion on how information can be in a standard format, including the metadata, collection devices, how you can convert legacy information.
Oh, you already said you have nothing else to add.
Just simple, I just want to give an example. So for example, there will be a primary key like the NIN or the NIMC number, and with which once you impute it, you can now collect every other information. And if you already have previous information, if you are registering, you would only need to input that number and the rest of it will show.
All right. At the end of the day, once bases begin to talk to each other, those wrong information are weeded out.
Well, I'm intrigued by the CB question. In those days, submit hard copy. And yes, data breach happen because sometimes you see your CV with my course being wrapping Accra with it, you know. But once it wrap it, that's the oil. So there is no massive distribution of that data as you would fear now. Now, single copy can go everywhere globally, and that's why the issue is more urgent than now. As to the what do we do with that, I think it's simple. Once there is a law, every data that is being held must be held to the same standard. Thank you.
I'll answer the question on the right to be forgotten and based on chair. I would advise Mrs. Bukola to read the Google versus Spain DPA case. That's the origin for the right to be forgotten. That's where it came from. And it simply means that if you're giving your data out to somebody in the past, in an organization in the past, you can tell them to please wipe it off. They can delete data. That's what it means.
Because the data is yours. And since we're giving references, I want everyone to have this as an assignment. Last year, Facebook disclosed that government requested about 50,000 times for private information of their users on their platform. And he said the United States was the first on the list. So as an assignment, let us find out last year how many of these government requests were made and how many did Facebook accede to.
Okay, since we have no one upstairs, I guess I can raise my voice. So, number one, to address a question about data that is already collected, what you said as a joke is actually serious. Digital burial is literally the right to be forgotten. That's basically saying it is my data, you collected it before, but now I have a right. And the good thing about the Digital Rights and Freedom Bill in Nigeria, if it's signed to law, hopefully it gets signed, is that it has a comprehensive section on data privacy that actually makes you the data owner to determine what happens to your data. So the fact that your data has already been collected doesn't make you unable to ask for legal redress. Second thing is you ask if the law is enough. I need to stand to respond to that. We make this mistake with Nigeria. Nigeria has some of the most brilliant documents in the world. Allow me to say this, even though it's selfish. So the National Broadband Plan for Nigeria, I was involved with designing that, and it is one of the most beautiful broadband plans in the world. Me anywhere. But implementation, I didn't say zero, you said zero. So our problem is not the absence of the law, our problem is implementation. But the only things that force implementation, number one, advocacy. Nigerians must become advocates. You don't have to wait for Ganifa Oyemi, he's dead. Of blessed memory. You must become an advocate and ask questions. Nigf must report that guy the next time. She must report that guy because if you don't, their office would never know.
It's time to go.
Okay. The last point is to admit that, I don't know who said that. We do have a lot of work to do. Once Mr. President signs the Digital Rights and Freedom Bill, our real work starts, which is really getting people to be aware of their rights. And trust me, you will see me in court a lot. Anything that happens in Nigeria with digital rights, we're going to court, even if it is a small matter, because we need to test the law and make sure that rights are respected.
Thank you.
Yes, can we give a round of applause to ourselves and everybody?
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Very interesting topic. I hope you enjoy it. And it's engaging, right? Yeah, that was good. Yeah, we are going to the next section now. Let's quickly do our next section. Then after that, we go for our break. Please, everybody should come in, please. Everybody should come in. Or do you want me to give you a few minutes to ease yourself? When you are in the aeroplane and you are traveling out, you won't tell the pilot that should stop for you. Okay, let's give ourselves just 3 minutes. 3 minutes to ease ourselves and relax and do some exercise. Otumba,
Please let me call everyone there to start coming in. Sir? No, let them be coming in. These ones are going to name. Okay. Thank you. And please connect, discuss, engage, and network, please. That is the most important thing. Connect with one another, engage, exchange card, talk about what you do. Don't live here without knowing somebody. Very important. I hope you have connected. Are you connecting? Are you connected? Aha. Thank you. So we're coming back in the next, by 3:15, we should be back. Yeah, 3:15. 3:15, we should be back. Thank you.
Please, can we call our colleagues from our side to come in, please? Everybody should come in. We are about to start the next section. Hello. Ushers. Please, can you call you? I don't want us to delay this game so that we can have our lunch. Abi? Please, can you do us a favor? You can be part of it. Can you please just call others to come in? Yeah. Hello? Hello, come in. Okay, you want to stay there? Okay, fine.
Come to the high tech. We have this on track 6. Dr. Steve Basti, Chidimafo, here, and then choose or not. We also have Mr. Maman Ahmad. Please, can you come to the high table, please? Come to the podium. Please. So that we can start. If we don't come, we can't start. So, and then we have somebody to demonstration of open. Have you given them okay, it's there. Okay. So you better come here because we don't want to be getting. Sorry, I'm doing the and Dr. Steve, come on, right? Is Chidimafo here? Chidimafo is from INEC, who is representing? Okay, if you don't have INEC, you can kick off. This session is chaired by the that he's on transition because he has just been okay, as I was saying, he is ably represented by the director ICT. So, Moni, please can you get to the podium because we are going to start. Go to the high table. They are chairing this session. And what we have done is that we are bringing all the paper presenters or discussants up, and we have just 45 minutes to get these things done. So I know that most of you must have been so hard for this, but let's see. The person that is doing demonstration, are you here? Of your open tendering or procurement. Please, can you come? Have you given them your this thing, your presentation? Okay. Without much waste of time, we have on this side the Ministry of Communication or Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications, Mrs. Moniudo. She's there, she's seated. And we have Chuksonoha. Please, can we clap for them? We have Chuksonoha seated, and we have Dr. Steve. He said, fortunately or unfortunately, his name is Dr. Steve Bassi. Dr. Steve Bassi, you're welcome. And then the last person, I think, is not here, so it makes our work easier. So we have 45 minutes to deal with this, and that is it. Okay, so I'll leave so make sure that that thing is working for Mrs. Udo to make an introduction. The session is class 6, emerging issues. You know, this question of GDPR is emerging issue, and question of what we're going to do next year, electoral processes. So, and then we need to see how this procurement portal works and how transparent it is. So you are very welcome. If we finish on time, we will be happy. The food is ready. What is standing between us and food is this session and one other session. So you're tracked. You are going to do report immediately after this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to this session. My name is Moni Udo. I'm Director IT in the Ministry of Communication. I have with me Okay, I've been told that we have just 45 minutes for this session. So we'll try our best to use the time judiciously. The demonstration, are they ready? Are they ready? Okay. So we will have the presenters, the speakers, give us their bit in 10 minutes each, and we'll have the presentation immediately after the second speaker finishes, and then we'll have question and answer set time, maybe for like 5 minutes, and then we will round up and conclude. Thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Steve Bassi to give us his presentation on the General Data Protection Regulation, you know, as ladies and gentlemen, the demonstration is on already. So we can as well just, you know, pay attention for the next 5-6 minutes and enjoy the demonstration of the open procurement portal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mokolo Adeshino. I'm a staff of Bureau of Public Procurement and the project lead on open contracting. Before we just go to the website, I would just like to just give you a background on the project Open Contracting and how this forum is very, very key to what we are doing. You will recall at the earlier presentations, we talked about the relevance of internet to ensuring good governance, and those elements of good governance has been mentioned, like transparency, accountability, and ensuring citizens' engagement and responsiveness of government. Now, the whole essence of open contracting projects or initiative is all about this transparency, all about accountability, all about listening to citizens in terms of public procurement. So what we are doing in open contracting is an initiative that we are running under Open Government Partnership. And the Open Government Partnership is a platform that brings together the government, the civil society organizations, and the private sector, and which I know so many of us are players in this sector. Now, this is a forum, and it's an avenue where even this forum can be very active in ensuring that we make internet to be a catalyst truly to good governance. So we have co-created this portal. This portal you are looking at is a co-creation of government, civil society, and some few private sector organizations that we have. And we also want to say that the platform, the OGP platform, is still open. And this is one of the projects being done under Commitment 2 of the National Action Plan of the Nigeria Open Government Partnership. So the Commitment 2 is being implemented by the Open Contracting Working Group. You are free to join us, be a member of this group, and at the end of the presentation, you will see reason why you have to join us, and we are imploring you to join us, because the most government can do is what we are doing now to make, to create enabling environment for us to interact with you as citizens. Now, this is the portal we have come up with, and if you look at the portal, you see that it has been segmented into the diverse stakeholders that we think will need information about public procurement in Nigeria. Now, the whole essence of open contracting is to open procurement information from the planning stage through down to implementation stage. So what we are doing with this open contracting is to ensure proactive disclosure of procurement information. So if you need any information about government procurement going forward, this is where to come to. It gives you the information in what is called Open Contracting Data Standard. The Open Contracting Data Standard is an open, international open data standard that ensures that all procurement data that we produce and are made available to this portal are, produced in a form that will be user-friendly, it will be reusable, it will be machine readable, and you can use it, you can reproduce the data. So this can do a whole lot for us. Now, we have segmented this portal. Now, the last one on this top is the procuring entity. What we have also done with this initiative is also to look at the system. What are the problems of data production in the system? So we look at digitization. We look at how to ease the process of data, production, because it is key to open data that we are talking about. So that's why you have that portal, that section, for procuring entity. So for every procuring entity in the country, they will log in through that, and they will have a simplified and automated, data collection forms that will help for proactive disclosure of procurement information in terms of all procurement plans, then in terms of all procurement records. That is not just procurement plans, but also procurement records by the time they have started implementing their procurement. We want to see how they're implementing. We want to see what if they have been paid so amount of money, is it correlating with what we see physically, at every project site. Now, I would like you to just click. The civil society organizations also have their own portal. The whole essence for the civil society organization, before you click, okay, you have clicked, no problem. You can still go back to the homepage. Now, the whole essence for the civil society organization, because they are key partner in this initiative, is also for them to be able to monitor what is happening in terms of public procurement and be able to give us feedback. So as we have it now, civil society have a platform where they can give us feedback on their monitoring activities, towards ensuring that there is value for money in the delivery of government contracts. And the other part that I would like to show here is the private sector. As we speak now, the private sector is not active because we have not seen that level of engagement that we expect from the private sector to help us drive and to come in as the key partner to drive this initiative. And you will agree with me, we need you. We are all Nigerians. We need to come together. Let's stop, thinking it's all about money, making money, making money. Let's also be thinking about how do we support this type of initiative that brings about good governance. So we are challenging you, we are challenging this forum. We are open. Government is open now. Come, work with us. We welcome MOU, we welcome partnership. Come and tell us, how can you come in to drive this process of transparency, proactively disclosing procurement information? What do you think it will be like? When you have a budget, you can track the budget and you can track what a particular budget line item is procuring. And what it will be like that every project now have a unique identity via this platform. Repetition of projects is going to be a thing of the past. And we are still going further to ensure that projects are geotagged. So that if you say you are implementing this project in this particular location, you can't come again next year to say you are implementing the same project at the same location. All of these things are here. The work is ongoing. We are not there yet. We're at the stage now, at the pilot stage. If you go back to the civil society organizations, you will see the published. So we are working with the pilot entities. We have like 6 pilot entities: Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Universal Basic Education Commission, Federal Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry of Education. We also have NNPC, and we have NEITI, Nigeria Extractive Transparency Initiative. So all these are pilot entities that we are working on. But our aim is that this 2018 budget will fully utilize this portal. But we need a lot of engagement from the private sector, from this type of initiative. And other things that is also a thing of concern to us is internet. How can somebody from my village start his contract from this portal? Is it possible for them to be able to search information about contracts happening in my village and be able to give us feedback? Now there's a feedback mechanism on this portal. If you just go back to the CSO portal, the Citizens portal, just click on it or just open the one you have opened. Just check one of those tabs. I'm sure one of them is open. Yep. Check the second one. Let's see. Now, internet is key to ensuring the success of this project. So that's why we are so excited to be here. What can we do to make sure that we can say it theoretically, but practically, what can we do to ensure that this type of initiative actually succeed? Can the grassroots people, where those big projects are happening, can they log on to this platform to want to give us feedback? Now, these are the things you see on your dashboard. For example, you see a project, you see that's the OCID, unique ID. That is the only project, that identification number is peculiar and unique to that project. No project, and this code is also linked to the budget. So going forward, you can see the agency, you can see how much, you can see the start of the contract. So if you click on the second project, because those ones are few there, so you see the start of the contract, you can select the project, you can give us feedback on each of these projects, and together we can ensure accountability. We can ensure delivery of value for money in government contracts. But we need you guys to come partner with us. Our platform is on the OGP platform, because that's a platform for now that we have, that governments come to sit together with private sector and the citizens to deliver on this project. So you can see all the information at each stage of the procurement, at planning stage, at tender stage, at award stage, at contract and implementation stage. And you can click on each of them, then you can give us citizens feedback. You see there, if you click on citizens feedback, you'll be able to give us feedback. Whatever you think that you have seen on the project, you can take picture of the project and also attach it. If you just put that capture this, just to show that you're not a robot. After that, it will give you a form that you can give us your feedback and attach, do an attachment. But importantly, which we are very proud of, is to say that this project has won a Global Innovation Award in open contracting. I thought you were going to clap for that. Now, Nigeria participated alongside 40 countries, with 88 teams from those 40 countries. And this project won Government Innovation Award in open contracting. You can check for reference the Open Contracting Partnership, Open Data Institute of UK, and Open Contracting Partnership of US. These are the two people that organized that challenge and which Nigeria came top and the best. So we want you to partner with us. I'm sure you can get our contact from the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we can do better than that. Let's give him another round of applause. Quickly, I just have a few comments on that presentation, and you can also jot down your own question. At the end of the presentation, we'll probably have more time. Now, I want to say that there is need for collaboration. He said so. He has thrown open the invitation to everybody to come partner with them. I want to say that there needs to be synergy. We need to create synergy, and we need to take advantage of what is already happening in this space. NIDA, for one, NIDA is the Information Technology Development Agency. They also have, a project portal where MBAs, individuals are encouraged to enter, their IT projects specifically. Now, this one is a general one, I believe. So there is need to be synergy, integration, amongst all these portals that are springing up for, the common good. NIDA has also produced an interoperability framework for some of the solutions that are springing up. BPP should also look into this and see how these platforms can actually be integrated. The minister mentioned something about, the broadband plan implementation and the where the country is today and where we hope to be in the next 2 years. And that will help the accessibility of, those places that don't have adequate internet. There is need to create awareness. I'm hearing this for the first time. All right. So there needs to be, awareness of what is going on so that we don't duplicate efforts. So, okay. I want to observe, 3 things that he mentioned. One is the geo-tagged projects that this platform is going to be, is going to make available to Nigerians. And I think that is an excellent initiative. When projects are geo-tagged, then somebody else cannot come to say, I want budget for a project that had been done. All right. But because we have fiscal transparency issues, people want to, something has been done already. They want to take money again and repeat that. So with this, we're going to, block some of those loopholes that make it possible for people to shortchange us. Now, the issue of data production and digitalization, I want to say to him that he should also look inwards and engage with MDAs and see to what extent are they digitizing, the existing records in those MDAs, which would be valuable for the consumption of the citizens. Because when we digitize our records, we can actually upload on this portal, or there can be links on this portal to those websites that publish the digitized records. So we don't overflock this with mundane, data. So we need to work together. The 2018 budget is hopeful that that budget, the implementation, will take advantage of the portal. Awareness needs to be created on the existence of this portal for people to use it. So these are my few comments on that presentation. And I want to applaud BPP because we've been on this issue for a very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'll quickly invite Dr. Steve Bassi to give us, you have 6 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. I'm feeling generous. 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Can we welcome him? Please, let's welcome him.
Well, that's good. Unfortunately, you are calling a lecturer to come and talk, so you know what that is. So, well, what is data? We just hear about a portal that is created. My question first before we go down is, who is the custodian of those data? Then we have another MDA that is controlling data. Been talking about data. Data is what? What is the value of data? Your data or your business data. What is the value? The data is big business now. It's just like you owning your property. So we talk about the GDPR. We might think that GDPR is just for those guys that are over there in EU. No, it's a wake-up call for us in Nigeria and Africa to actually wake up and get our act together, because we're going to fall victims of a lot of penalties. I'll just quickly glance through this. The EU General Data Regulation focus on strengthening and harmonizing data protection laws across the EU in covering any global business that transact with the region. Now, the objective of this paper is to generate awareness and encourage government to actively engage in dialogue to further data protection policies in their respective national development agendas. While the detailed merits of the GDPR are not considered here, I believe that the GDPR presents an opportunity to define the standard of data protection in Africa and further the development of regional digital economy. These issues are expressed in the context of Nigeria and the countries that form the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa, that's the COMESA, noting their vulnerability. This paper aims to articulate themes to drive discussion at a regional level and to highlight the importance of role Nigeria and COMESA has large economic basis in Africa. The GDPR presents a timely opportunity, particularly for Nigeria trade blocs, to develop a framework for data protection that is specific to its citizens and safeguard trade in other countries and regions. Importantly, as evidenced by the increasing number of countries globally aligning their data protection, the frameworks with the EU, the GDPR is currently deemed to be the global regulatory gold standard for the protection of personal data of customers, as consumers. So what is the GDPR? He said, don't worry, it's only marketers collecting our data for they can create more relevant advertising for us. The General Data Protection Regulation is a sweeping law that gives residents of the European Union more control over their personal data and seek to clarify rules and responsibility for online services with European users. It replaces the EU previous law governing data protection, passed and makes some dramatic changes to existing convention. Defining a standard of data protection is crucial to furthering the development of a regional and global digital economy. Importantly, it provides a basis for understanding the current state of data protection policies, offers an opportunity to design new frameworks that are consumer-friendly and applicable to local citizens, and hence are effective and sustainable. Essentially, countries with adequate data protection frameworks and hence the ability to transfer data internationally will have a distinct advantage in their ability to crowd in the investment and advance trade with large consumer markets. Why has the EU GDPR received so much attention? It significantly enhanced data privacy rights to individuals, embodying a right to be forgotten. It significantly increased maximum penalty. Essentially, a company can get fined up to 20 million euros if found to be breach of data subject rights, and up to 10 million euros if has no governance and accountability in place. It considerably increased compliance burden on businesses. It expanded jurisdictional scope, meaning that its relevance is not confined to those businesses established in the EU. The GDPR makes protection of personally identifiable information, PII, compulsory. Does this law apply only to companies based in the European Union? The answer is no. And this is why it is major international news. The GDPR applies to any organization that collects, processes, manages, or stores the data of European citizens. This includes most major online services and businesses that collect, process, manage, and store data. Because of this, the GDPR essentially sets a new global standard for data protection. What kind of data does the GDPR protect? The regulation applies to a broad array of personal data, including person's name and government ID numbers. It also protects information that can show a person's activity both online and the real world. They include location information as well as IP addresses, cookies, and other data that lets companies track users as they browse the internet. Impact on our national data protection. To address the impact of the EU General Data Protection Regulation on national data protection, Nigeria must first build an evidence-based and a multi-stakeholder action base for personal data protection as one of the areas of regulation. Users' consent, a cornerstone for the GDPR. GDPR defines personal data as physical address, age, gender, location, health information, search queries, item purchase, etc. It also includes information routinely requested by website, including IP and email address, physical device information, such as a computer MAC address, individual home address, dates of birth, and online financial information, including transaction history, emergency contact, ethnicity, tax ID references. So, well, unfortunately, maybe you're going to go. Let me go to the impact, what is going to happen to us. No African country is currently deemed compliant with GDPR. Estimated 14 billion US dollars of African digital economy export is at risk. The absence of existing data protection framework and the lack of supporting services present a significant challenge for most African countries. With no African country currently deemed to be compliant with the GDPR, the risk will disrupt the estimated 14 billion US dollars export from Africa digital economy to the EU. As the GDPR does not allow for partial compliance, countries will need to be deemed adequately compliant by the European Commission to protect their export industries. So Nigeria must play a role to define standards of the GDPR in the region. Compliance with the GDPR is an opportunity for Nigeria to establish and strengthen strategic partnerships with the EU. Aligning on policy matters is often an important step towards fostering deeper relationships with large regional blocs, such as the EU. I don't know if we have time. These are the core indicators. These are the core indicators for Nigeria awareness. I put it into three categories, which is the individual rights, the principles, and then the accountability and governance. You know, below it, you're going to see that human rights are right we have virtue. We, by virtue of being humans and having the major characteristics of being universal, invisible, independent, and interrelated, the state has the primary responsibility of respecting, protecting, and fulfilling their commitment of ensuring that the citizens do not have their right violated. That is why their data protection is a key for Nigeria and our Privacy Act. Fortunately, the Senate Committee on Cyber Security and Cyber created an expert group whereby made the sub-chair for these particular regulations to go through. So we will call on the stakeholders, and we're going to make this to be in compliance with the GDPR. That, like I said earlier, when I make a comment during the stuff that was going, that creating laws is not Nigerian problem, but regulating them is the biggest issue that we have. Core indicators for Nigeria Data Processing Bill, measures regarding the provision of information, entering into or amending agreements with processors, assessing the legal basis for data processing, obtaining the consent of data subject where required, establishing internal procedures to safeguard the right of data subject, right to obtain access information, right to have information rectified or erased, and right to object. Technical and organizational protection measures, documenting data processing activities, implementing the necessary procedures regarding data breaches, conducting data protection impact assessment, it should be a mandate. Then designating data protection officer or representative should be a mandate. Mandate for businesses to review their procedures and measures in relation to data processing, cross-border data flow. Nigeria must understand implication of the accountability principle for all businesses, assessment of current data privacy practices, creation of a data privacy governance structure, personal data inventory, creating information notices and handling consent, data protection impact assessments, and reporting data breaches.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate that thorough research. And
yeah, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Have, if you need, you can have the paper later.
Thank you so much. He's available. He's available. During lunch for you to engage him more in areas that you're. Thank you very much.
Great Nigeria. Great Nigeria. Great Nigeria.
So I will quickly invite my colleague and brother, Mr. Chuks Onoha. He's the CEO of Central Design Technology, to give us his presentation. He's going to just discuss some emerging issues. Thank you.
For the opportunity to discuss the internet safeguard for electoral process. Unfortunately, Mr. Chidiwafo, who is for mine, is not here. So I'm going to speak to you from the perspective of a technology expert. And having worked on 2 continents around the world, I can provide some insight on how, well, basically, when you're talking about the internet safeguard for electoral processes, you're looking at least 4 steps. You're looking at identifying the risks, because you have to understand the risks before you can begin to provide a safeguard. You have to do what we call security policy. Most organizations don't have security. For example, for election process, you have to have a security policy that describes what are the security issues. You have the security control, software, the hardware, the smart card encryption, voter security, and the ability to do audit. Then you have the voters authentication. You also have training. So basically, when we talk about safeguard, we're looking at two aspects: the internal and the external. And remember, most problems always start from the internal. So what we want to do is, in terms of the internal, make sure we identify the risks involved in internet safeguard. Because if you're using something from the Electoral Commission, you must make sure that the person inside has the appropriate rights. So if anybody remember the Snowden case, in United States? The guy who was working for defense, who gave out all the information. So the same thing for INEC position. So people inside must be properly vetted. INEC has to learn from other organizations around the world in terms of election. How do you protect from the on the internet, and make sure there is the other one is legal policies. The fourth one is what we call level of security is equal to level of risk, because you have to understand the risks before then as you apply the security. So the other one is include staff in security policy development, train employees, put it in writing, have clear penalties. In my early days when we used to design emails, this was in the early 90s, when we designed email, part of the requirements for employees, IT employees, is not to read people's email. There are sanctions for that. So one of the things when we talk about technology solution is to make sure that people deploying it abide by the rules and don't give out information to outsiders. Then the other one will be to install the tools. There are security tools that will install within internally to make sure that the internet is safeguarded from when used during elections. But now I'll talk about the electoral process itself, which is the core one. The first one is when you're talking about internet safeguard. The first one is availability of bandwidth. You have to make sure the bandwidth is available for people to use. Then the second one is the software code review. We have to review the software to make sure that the software actually does what it says it will do. You know, when we write software, we'll talk about quality testing and all those features. You have to make sure that it actually records what it says it's recording, because this is very, very important. Then is it auditable? You have to be able to audit the software. People that voted, are they the actual people? So this is very important. An election system should be auditable and have controls. Authentication should be verifiable and documented. The other one is identifying authorized users. We heard about so much about smart cards, but smart cards are useless without encryption. Anybody can clone them. So you have to have encryption, because with those encryption, you're able to protect the information and you can tell which card has been used. So I'm sure there are articles circulating online of people trying to clone a card. If, depending on the encryption that is difficult to clone. So, what was the process will be to make sure that cards can actually be protected so that it's not easy to be cloned. The other one is for government to have standards in terms of internet usage, electoral process, and during the electoral process, to make sure that standards that has been recognized and agreed upon ahead of time. Because what you were talking about is government should provide clear smart card authentication standards, which is coherent to set of requirements for electronic authentication. There are standards worldwide for this. Wow. Then we'll talk about internet voting. It's been proposed by some people to do internet voting, but there are challenges like internet, like distributed denial of service. this has to be, that's why when you're designing this, you have to put intrusion detectors, firewall, make sure they're working, tested. There's also the question of vote security. You have to make sure that those who voted are actually those who voted. And there has to be paper trail to make sure that we understand and have the actual data. So this is in a nutshell some of the requirements for internet safeguard for electoral process. It's very, very important that the software is reviewed and meets standard and is certified by security experts that it meets the requirement. And it's also important that the smart card for authentication, especially, has the right encryption, otherwise it can be cloned. So I'd like to summarize at this point that these two important, of all these two factors, of all the ones I listed, are very, very critical, especially from Nigerian perspective. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so our time is fast spent, and what is keeping us from our lunch is me. So, can we please appreciate the presenters? I think that they've done a very good job. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We will have room for two questions. Two questions. One female, one male.
Oh.
Okay, so one from, okay, we'll make it 4 questions. Quick, sharp, crisp questions. Straight to the point. Two from here, two from here.
My chair, please, I also would like a question to be reserved for the gentleman at the front.
Okay.
He's representing a very important testimony.
Okay. I agree. So we will have 4 questions. One is already taken. So, yes, second question on this side. No female. Okay. Third question. Yes, fourth question. So we have 4. We have room for one more. The lady in black, do you have a question? One more. Okay. Yeah, so, yes. That's the last question. 5. So the first one will be from the gentleman sitting right on the front row here.
Hello, good afternoon, all of us. My name is Obina Enwerem. I'm representing the Nigf National Disability Empowerment Forum. My question in this session is the provision to make sure that persons living with disabilities join in protecting their own data in the usage of this internet, more especially visually impaired persons. How are we going to make provisions for them to still have access in protecting their own internet data while making use of internet, both in aspect of voting? How is it going to be possible for a persons, visually impaired persons, more especially those of them living in diaspora, to contribute in the electoral process on the aspect of internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so did you get the question? Okay, so the second person, please ask your question. Please make it sharp.
Yes, my question is to the open procurement platform. I was wondering if your data in terms of budget, you should not be getting it from the budget office directly instead of trying to see from the agency, because as the budget is passed, you should be able to include that. But I'm wondering whether you're working with the budget office to populate the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a straightforward one. Yes, the base data can be sourced from budget and planning ministry. However, the budget is a living document, and as it's used, they should be updating that portal with it. Next question, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My question actually is a comment that leads to a question. The reason for that is that there is this misconception, especially from people that are experts, and they sometimes end up creating problem for the system. In particular, this is referencing the safeguard for electoral process, where of cards have been mentioned. And we are talking about smart card, because when we are talking about card, there are cards that are not smart and there are cards that are smart. And when you are talking about smart card, I realize that within the industry and internationally, people you expect that are formulating policies or technologies that will actually communicate appropriately to the public are not doing so, and therefore they create confusion. Now, you in smart card, for example, some card that are EMV compliant, they have different kind of technology. One is the one that uses SDA, that is static data technology, authentication technology, SDA smart cards. And the problem with the SDA smart card, if it is AMBE, is that once the crypto analyst or a hacker or whoever the emissary is able to capture the cryptographic key, they can clone that EMV card. But it does not mean that all cards can be cloned. Because if technology, which is dynamic data authentication technology, it means for every transaction, like every vote, that card cannot be cloned in terms of there is difficulty in doing that. You can also decide to make it a single technology which is combined. So it is not complete to say that all smart card can be cloned. There can be difficulty, so we need to communicate that so that if I, for example, is going to use a smart card, people cannot come and tell INEC card because it's cheaper. INEC should know it should use a PPA card that will now be linked with the PVC and or whatever. So why is it that experts don't know enough to be able to communicate appropriately to the public? That is number one. Then the second question is that most software developers don't actually treat the subject matter of standards. So they develop software that work, but let's say common criteria evaluation, where you actually deals with your protection profile, your targets of evaluations, and your evaluation accuracy level. If you develop a software for military application, for financial application, for different kind of application, they must have EAL, evaluation level. Why is it that very sound software developers don't include standards and all these things in their operations, and therefore in their communication to the public is difficult? Thank you.
The gentleman has just taken the time for the remaining two questions. But, sir, issues like that can actually be taken to your business forum, the technical, where, or to NIDA, for example, because NIDA has responsibility for standardization, for quality control, and all of that, quality testing, and the rest of that. Thank you very much for your passionate observation. Yes, my sister, I will not take that away from you.
Well, for the record, my name is Kim. In your presentation, Anita, you made reference to the Snowden case. I'm really curious. I would like to know what you would have done to have prevented Snowden from exposing those data. Thank
you. Okay. So the very last one, the lady in black.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chinwe. I want to first and foremost.
Sorry. Your name and your organization for where you come, because they are taking record of it.
Okay, so my name is Chinwe Obuja. I work with Family Ministries International Africa, and I want to commend the guys with the open contracting platform. Very nice, but I just have a few comments. Firstly, is the fact that because it's a lot of information and sensitive data you're trying to put, it would be nice to maybe secure this idea, because so that it just reduces the risk of a lot of things going wrong on the site, right? The secondly is the fact that, well, what are you doing to synergize with other government officials? Because I know the lady mentioned that this is the first time she's getting to hear about it. And so my question is, what are you doing to synergize with everybody you're supposed to work with? The gentleman mentioned something about budget office getting data and maybe other things. So what are you doing? What are your plans? For one, synergizing with other people. Two, publicizing the platform. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure we have enough time to take the questions one after the other. However, I will crave your indulgence to give us 2 minutes for the presenters to address quickly some of the pressing ones. So the first question is about how are we going to create the enabling environment for our physically challenged brothers and sisters to include them, because we're talking about inclusive, digital lifestyles for everybody. So what are we doing, or what are we going to do to ensure that they are included, they're able to participate on this electoral process, either online or using electronic means that is not necessarily, driven by the internet, but they can participate in whatever process we have come up with. So I think that one, I will ask Dr. Basi, do you want to answer that for us? Okay, please. Thank you.
Well, when it comes to data protection, there is no discrimination that I think, brother, because data protection is universal. Every individual owns their data. It doesn't matter your orientation, religion, or anything, so that you are 100% protected. And at the same token, I know that when it comes to electronic voting, there's going to be some regulation. Every regulation first must address people with disability. In Nigeria, that would be the thing that we advocate for, because I come from a society in US that is a very serious matter. And personally myself, I work with people with disabilities. So it is a key to us to make sure that everyone is carried along on the move to make that this regulation goes into effect. And the data, on the data side, I guarantee you 100% that everyone, be it female, child, is completely protected. The interest here is that the information is yours,
whether you gave them when you were small, or whether you are grown up, whether you are sick, it's all your information. So it belongs to you. And that is what the GDPR actually has done by making the whole world understand that your data is your asset. So you have a right to it. So that is guaranteed.
Thank you very much. We will also look at how BPP will ensure that they collaborate and they leverage on existing successes.
Okay, just briefly, in terms of collaboration, I earlier mentioned we are working on the platform of OGP. And under that platform, we are working with the budget office of the Federation. And as we speak, one of the next line of action is to integrate real-time this system with the budget software that is being used. As we speak now for 2018, all budget data will be uploaded on this data directly from budget office. Then working with other government agencies, we have actually sensitized all the permanent secretary. We've shown them this portal. All the heads of government agencies, parastatals, have also been sensitized in April and February 2018 this year. So our next move is to now go to the directors and the procurement officers. The sensitization by Monday, Tuesday will be in Akwa Ibom. Then Thursday, Friday will be in the southeast. Then the upper week will be in the southwest. You can watch out when you hear Nokopo on radio and so. So we are actually also planning what's called Media Pally to actually have a real launch of this. So we are at the early stage of it. That's why so many of you have not heard about it. But we are working with NIDA. We are working with relevant government agencies on this to make sure this is a success. We are not working alone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that on that note, we can give another round of applause. I'm sorry. I think we'll take that offline. He wants to. It's all over the internet now. I go and read it. Okay, you wanted his personal experience, what he will have done, right? Up with him, or do we want to hear what he will have done?
Offline.
We'll take it
offline, please.
So, thank you
very much. Please, a round of applause. Now, we have two things to do. We have food to eat. And then we have our way forward to look at. But especially those of us that are not living very far, we need to say thank you to the panelists. Thank you very much, the Honorable, no, she's the PAMSEC now, because she's the one that is representing PAMSEC, and our panelists, thank you very much. So lunch is out there, but do we go eat, come back here, or do we do way forward, eat and go? We do way forward, eat and go. Okay, thank you. This is democratic. Thank you. Okay, so Chairman and Mr. Emmanuel Edet, you have a way forward now. Emmanuel Edet, is this here? Okay, thank you. Emmanuel Edet. Okay, but what are we trying to do? We are trying to engage you. See, this internet belongs to nobody and is for everybody. So you are involved. So the next thing is that we are going to structure, we have a structure for the NIGF, which we are encouraging all of us to be part of. That's another thing we are going to do. And we are also, I didn't see Manuel.
Well, thank you for supporting us. Yep. Okay, yeah, it's coming down. Well, great Nigerian. Oh, got you. You will eat lunch. Great Nigerians. Great people. Uh, great people.
Good.
Okay, good people. Ah,
Good governance.
good people.
Good governance.
Great nation. Thank you. Good people.
Good nation.
You are good people. Now let's move to the last leg of this event. I think it's important to really appreciate everyone. Now, I'm going to call the section we are entering. Yeah, please come forward. Come forward, Mr. Emmanuel Edet, Head of Legal Service of NIDA. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Then let me quickly call the representative of all the track section, Chief. In fact, we call him I Chief. He's an header statement. He's 3 in 1: mathematics, cybersecurity, and law. Let's give him a big round of applause. Chief Toyin Olani. Okay, thank you. I think he will be presenting the resolution of his track session. Rapporteurs, please be ready. Give your chair the recommendation because they are going to tell us. And Mrs. Diola Fashuban. Okay, who is the person? Okay, access. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, all the chair. Engineer Kaka. Let's give him a big round of applause, please. Yeah. Now, we have all these track sections. We have Dr. Is that Dr. Vincent, right? Olatunji? Yeah. Now, Mr. Dewole Ajao, ISOC. He's coming. Come forward. Please, can you help me use our hands to push him forward? Let's give you a round of applause. Then the last person, we have the representative, Mr. Shegu Olayon. That's track 4. Fiscal transparency for sustainable development. So, yeah, track 4. So what they are to do for us, simply, they are not going to waste time. Yeah, in track 3, we have Mr. Bassi has gone. I think he has the program, but we have Mr. Moses on his behalf that will be presenting. Mr. Moses Payan. And track 2. No, we have track 1 already. Track 1, track 2, 3, track 4, and track 5. Broadband. Then Mr. Edex will be running up and giving us an overview of his presentation, right? Yeah, Mr. Edex, please, can you move forward so that I can give us a short overview of his
Thank you very much. I think that's democratic enough. All right. It's always a problem when you want the last paper before lunch. Everybody is frowning at you. When is this guy going to finish? Let's go. Well, I'll try my best to finish in about 5-6 minutes. And I'm not a lecturer, so. All right, I'm here to just give a brief talk on multi-stakeholderism. I actually have to do it that way so I don't make a mistake about the pronunciation. But the truth is, what is all this about? Strategy for multi-stakeholder engagement. I think it's basically the survival of the IG. What are we talking about? What are the strategies to ensure that the IGF survives, especially within our own context? I'll just go through 3 things: understanding the foundations, value proposition, and evolving a way forward. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll self and internet governance. We have to understand that there are 2 different things. Internet governance is basically a discussion or the manner in which we achieve the harmonization of the internet, with the basic aim being the stability of the internet. We're all aware, most of us are aware of the history of the internet, how the multi-stakeholders got together and built the infrastructure today we call the internet. Fortunately, that is the way it has been governed as well. So the Internet Governance Forum is a discussion forum on internet governance. Next slide, please. How is the internet governed? What is internet governance, so to speak? Well, the truth is internet governance is just basically shared values, shared objectives by the stakeholders. So the guy who is a technical guy makes a proposition. The guy who is a policy guy provides the rules with which those propositions can be implemented. And put them together, you have the key principle of sustenance, participatory bottom-up process, promoting the stability and integrity of systems, and maintaining the open nature of underlying technologies. By that open nature, it promotes innovation. And that's why you have all the apps in the world that can run on the infrastructure of the internet. So this is basically the bottom structure or platform of internet governance. Next slide. So it's not governance as we know our regular governance. The regular governance is you go, either you use democracy, autocracy, dictatorship, whatever it is. You go meet one man and the man tells you what to do and you all do it for your collective protection. Internet governance is different. It's an ecosystem where there are lots of moving parts. People come together to ensure that things work. And most of the time, decisions are taken based on consensus and not voting or democracy. Because anybody who is not advanced can actually topple the essence of the existence of the internet. So we have the users like you and I, naming and addressing people. We have the local, national, regional, and global policy development people, like what we are doing here right now. We have the educational and capacity building, shared global services like the Microsoft, and then we have the open standards for development. So they all come together to ensure that the internet works as we know it today. Next slide, please. So this is the forum. It's a multi-stakeholder forum for policy dialogue on issues of internet governance. So that's just a summary. The rest is just a story. And if you want the story, I'm sure we can get it across to you. Next slide, please. It's still the story about the mandates of internet governance. Let's go to multi-stakeholder approach. Now, the essence of a multi-stakeholder approach is to ensure that the people who are governed, so to speak, governed in course, actually in their governance. And these are the principles of multi-stakeholder approach to governance. Number one, there is inclusiveness and transparency. Everybody speaks. Everybody expresses themselves so that there's trust that comes out of the system. And that ensures that when we move forward, we are moving forward together and nobody complains. The second is collective responsibility. Everybody has his role in this particular governance model. So you cannot sit down in your house and say, the government did not provide social infrastructure. You have your role to play as well.
while the government has its own role. The next is effective decision making and implementation. Once it's a consensus, everybody agrees it is their decision. When it's democracy, you know what they normally say: majority have their way, even though minority will have their say. And the minority tend to pull back, saying, "Oh, this is not what I wanted." But there is the element of effective decision when everybody agrees, and then there's collaboration through an interoperable governance. Everybody works together to do the governance. Next slide. Now, this is just a snapshot of the stakeholders identified under the IGF. You have their responsibilities written there: the civil society, private sector, government, technical community, and international organizations. They all come together. Next slide, please. So why are we choosing multi-stakeholder approach? Traditionally, in the international community, especially at the United Nations, it used to be countries that come together to talk to each other. So before you sit in the UN, you have to represent a country. You can't just come from a company. But that is evolving at the moment because people now understand that when you're talking about technology, you're actually talking about interest groups that go beyond the government. For example, let's give a typical example. We run critical information services on infrastructure that is controlled by the private sector. And this private sector provides these services for a fee. So if government needs to protect you, government has to go to this private sector and deal with them in terms of protection. You can only make rules that are enforceable within the context of their services. So it's important to engage these kinds of people in any discussion that you have to do. So several international organizations have adopted this multi-stakeholder approach. In 2008, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in its security guidelines, actually took into cognizance comments from private citizens. We had the 2009 Council of Europe, 2010 ITU plenipotentiary, 2011 G8 in Deauville, 2014 in Brazil, 2015 the UN General itself endorsed the WSIS plus 10 high-level event, which was basically a multi-stakeholder event. So the IGF was one of the first opportunities to use the UN platform to invite stakeholders, private companies, international organizations, even faith-based organizations to come and make input into what we now know as the government. Oh, you're already there. So, developing the way forward. How do we make internet governance forum this time, not the governance itself? How do we make this forum work? I believe that this forum provides a lot of input into government policies. It provides a lot of input into the services that we all render for those who are in the private sector. So how do we make it work for us? What can we do to continue this discourse so we can develop our own, should I say, local internet, even though there's nothing like that? I have suggested things here. Structure, done. Relevant stakeholder engagement, capacity building, and funding, which is one of our primary challenges as an IGF. Next slide. We have developed a simple structure which the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum has endorsed. The group at the high level there has membership from government, civil society, academia, technical community, and private sector. Now, this is just a representation which we have proposed for the structure. The idea is to have a central body where all sorts of communications go to as far as this particular forum is concerned. We are to have a secretariat, which will have an officer, and the secretariat is to be hosted by NIRA. I'm sure we'll NIRA, Nigerian Internet Registration Association. And then we'll have ad hoc committees, standing committees, and nomination committees. The nomination committee will be nominating people for their representation in the multi-stakeholder advisory group. So as far as relevance is concerned, what can we do to become relevant? Number one, discuss topical national issues. Let us have the boldness in our forum to deal with issues that are relevant to us as a country. This will enable people actually sit up and listen. Very important. Second, conceive and implement initiatives and projects related to internet governance. Now, one of the greatest dangers which people view the IGF is that it should not be another of those IT organizations that just come into to model things up. But my thoughts are very simple. We deal with things we can see and not abstract issues. One of the greatest criticisms of the IGF has been that it is a talk shop. People just come and talk, and when they finish talking, they go. Okay? People just come and talk, and when they finish talking, they go. But let us step aside for a moment and realize that apart from talking, the IGF has helped shape a lot of policies, even in the area of best practices. You listen to what somebody has done in their country, and you can replicate that in your country, and it's very effective and efficient. I've been told I have less minutes more, so let me run along. I also, please just take a step back, okay? I also think we should establish a dedicated media initiative using social media and then design internet governance CSR events for corporate bodies. We can go and meet them. This is what you can do to help internet governance. Next slide, please. Stakeholder engagement. No, back, please. Stakeholder engagement, very important. There are lots of stakeholders who know their stuff, but they really don't know what they're supposed to do under this umbrella. So I think the MAG should develop programs that will engage stakeholders and educate them on their roles and responsibilities. Next slide. Capacity building. We should focus on stakeholder groups. Let us not just assume that stakeholder groups have the capacity in internet governance. I think we should train our stakeholders. We should also, there's a plus for the youth workshop. I like that. That's what I meant there. We should expand to the location of beneficiaries. Let's not just do it in one room, maybe in Abuja or Kaduna or Lagos. Let's go to location. Let's use online social media for capacity building. Let's actually engage professional trainers, and then let's try and see if internet governance can be pushed into the ICT curriculum to enable people build better capacity. Next slide. For funding, we should engage states. For avoidance of of infringing on copyright, most of the items here, I got the idea from Mr. Jameson Olufuye in his presentation at our MAG retreat. So wherever he is, thank you very much, Jameson. I've taken your permission. So we should engage states and private sector entities to host. We could do crowdsourcing. We could also seek for dedicated IGF trust fund from government. Brand the IGF as a foremost IG discussion forum in Nigeria, and then seek funding partnership from relevant international organizations. Next slide, please. My conclusion says we have seen how multi-stakeholder approach to issues have worked with NERA. Let us not be afraid of establishing a long-term platform for internet governance discussion, as this platform will serve as the authentic avenue for contributing to overall policy on internet and its governance. That's what I have to say now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebet. Thank you, thank you. That's good. So I think I'm chairing this session, right? So can the panelists do what's it called? The chairman do 2 minutes for your report. Just report. We're going to give it to. We have your address. We'll send you the total thing to your email address. Abi, is that okay? Okay, so we'll just raise high points if the that is being repeated, it will delay our with the. So we start with 1.
Good afternoon. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Engineer Salis Kaka. I'm representing the chairman of Track 1 group, Dr. La Twinji. The topics of Track 1 is enabling students' inclusion, good governance. It's a very simple topics as well, because issue of governance is something that can be talked about by every individual in the society. So it's an easy one, and the caliber of the people who attended the panel, who are almost 32 in number, we have an excellent discussions around whether there's good governance in the country, whether or what even understand by good governance. A good governance is a government that is felt to be effective, and this effectiveness were discussed to be centered around transparency and accountability. The general discussions and the concession was that the governance process is not effective due to so many factors: population size, illiteracy of the society, political nativity, and even general awareness among the students that hinders governments to come out with people-centric approach of programs and policies that will effectively touch their life. So quickly, we came out with almost 8 recommendations, and permit me to read them directly. Recommendation number 1 was that extending voter rights to Nigerian students in diaspora. Second recommendation, to create portal for people's participation for good governance. Number 3, review of national academic curricula to pay more emphasis on entrepreneurship and vocational skills acquisition. This came because of the fact that people have the mindset that government is to create jobs, even though there was serious discussion that it's a primary responsibility of government to create jobs, but to create enabling environment that will allow people create jobs for themselves. Number 4, continuous and sustained campaign on government policies in different Nigerian languages. Number 5, implementation of all government policies shall be inclusive of all gender and should take recognition of people with special needs. Recommendation number 6, promotion of ethical values through patriotism, review of our governance institutions, and national orientation. Recommendation number 7, provision of digital access to students in the underserved and grossly underserved areas. This in response to the issues concerned of government's efforts towards application of e-government. Number 8, it was resolved that as technology is disrupting our life, students need to be more innovative and proactive toward government policy formulations. Final recommendations, students shall go to school with a mindset to graduate and create job, not to graduate and wait for job for the government. These are the few recommendations of the committee, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much. To make us very fast, I stand on existing protocol. 2, we have good representation from members of the general audience. The in the environment, the room was filled up. Our track 2 topic was on using internet to fight economic corruption. We discussed and interacted on the use of the word fight, because fighting itself creates a lot of problems, which includes being seen as engaging in war. So the opponents are also part of the people you need to deal with the issue. So we resolved that maybe the terms minimization to minimize corruption should be used. But I think at the end of the day, we also talked about the fact that when you minimize, we might even need to do more than that, because you don't just need to stop at 0. So agree that maybe using internet to curtail corruption might be appropriate. We also look at fight from about 4 dimensions. One, prevention of economic corruption. 2, creating deterrence for economic corruption to be done. 3, prohibition. We have to put in place processing systems, legal regime that will lead to prohibition of economic corruption. Then issues of education. So, because if people don't know something, information literacy, you cannot demand things from people on what they don't know. In the discussion, the recommendations that came about from the discussion is that one of the reasons why we have economic corruption is due to culture. Our culture, one way or the other, encourages corruption because when people are given position in government, people expect you to go and make money there and distribute it. If you go there and you say you are a man of integrity, you will come back with nothing, you are going to have issues with your people. And if you don't make success in your first time in office, by second year, they will prepare you for second time so that you can go and steal and bring back the money. Then we have talked about the issue of education. So education needs to be done properly to make sure that we're able to deal with corruption, especially in rural areas. That's the second recommendation. And one of the other recommendations is that there is need for economic empowerment. And that is true because today, government itself is corrupt as an institution. Not people working in government, but government as the supplier side of the use of internet. Why? Because the wages that people are paid are not living wages. They are not even surviving wages. Because you can be blaming that the policeman is collecting money on the road, but the man doesn't have money, five naira to buy pure water. Will he die on the road? So we need to make sure that people's wages are paid, not those who are civil servants or public servants, but all Nigerians, by creating opportunities for them to be able to actually be economically viable, so they are not corrupt. And prosecution and economic development of rural area. If we develop all our rural areas using ICT or whatever infrastructure, all those things, people will not have to come to the city or be trying to become an employee for them to be viable. Thank you very much.
Just straight to the point. 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Paya, FAYA. I'm representing Mr. Basil Udotai, the managing partner of Technology Advisor. My own track is cybersecurity and trust. The topic was on internet, digital rights, and privacy. Because of time, the focal point of our discussion was, at what point can government and private organizations draw the line between infringing on our digital rights and privacy? And we had a very robust engagement, up to 126 attendants for the track. Because of time also, the recommendations from our discussions and from the panelists are as follows. As citizens, we need to be more proactive. We need to ask questions on what government is doing with our personal identifying information, our data. We need to also ask what organizations are doing with our own identity and what our own information. Also, we need to also ensure to hold the government accountable towards formulation and implementation of good and robust policies, laws, and regulations. Also, there needs to be more awareness in respect of our digital rights and our privacy and the surveillance aspect from the government. And we need also more sensitization. We also need to have interest in reading all these laws and regulations. It's not something that we should leave only to the lawyers or the policy visual. Before we put our information on any site or any place, we need to ask questions, read the fine print on every document and every website and application. Finally, we need to have more and efficient, robust rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Shegun. I represent OI coordinated track 4. And in track 4, we looked at fiscal policy. We look at fiscal transparency for sustainable development. We had 22 participants in that class, and the workshop, the track presenter was Dr. Greg Uzilo, who made his presentation and opened our to understand what fiscal transparency is all about and how essential it is for the sustainable development. He identified 10 key areas, 10 key documents that are very important for fiscal transparency. 1 is expenditure plan. 2, pre-budget statement. 3, the budget execution proposal. 4, budget as approved by the legislator. 5, the budget execution report. 6, media budget review. Year-end financial statement. 8, publication, public procurement report. 9, performance report, and the 10th one is the audit report. One thing that will interest you that we saw there is the fact that we try to look at Nigeria on the open budget index, and we look at Nigeria in 2017. Where do we stand in the open budget index? And we said in transparency, Nigeria is at 17 over 100, 17 over 100. Public participation, 13 over 100, and budget oversight, we said 56 over 100. I will just go to the key recommendations. Number 1 in the key recommendation is the fact that the track recommended that the Federal Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Budget and National Planning should float an interactive portal that gives the CSOs and other organizations opportunity to share ideas and criticize the budget, make criticism on the budget and make their own input to the budget. 2, fiscal transparency education should be encouraged by using the internet as a medium for dissemination of information and budget data. We agree that these can be made possible with stakeholders like NIDA, NCC, the Ministry of Communication as a parent ministry to them, and other relevant stakeholders. 3, we also agree that the participants also were encouraged to develop simple solutions and apps that can be pushed out at low cost. We say, think of a problem, and then you can think of a solution, or rather think of a problem that can be solved. 4, we also agree that the National Assembly should, or recommend that the National Assembly should ensure a quick passage of bills relating to economic development and make information available to the public. By that, they will be helping our economy to recover. Because when bills or when budgets are passed late, they don't help our economy at all. Number 5, we agree that there should be a revisit of need 2 of the SDG. You know, the MDG had 17 key area: food, literacy, and so on. They transformed to need 2. So this need 2 that the government had dropped, the government should revisit and see how we can bring it up to better the lives of the citizen. And lastly, we agree that there should be a proper focus on educating the citizens on the SDG itself so that the project can have a better acceptability. When people are educated, they are better informed. And we conclude by saying that education is power. Thank you very much.
It's something you have that belongs to us. Please, we will appreciate it if you can submit it. Evaluation forms. Evaluation forms, please. It's very important. please, before you go, where you register, please just give it back to us. Or you can give it to the people here, the patrols who are there. Please, it's very important. Thank you. Okay, you don't have it.
Thank you. With the last, just the last, straight to the point. Let's hear your recommendations as well.
Okay, thank you. Track was internet broadband for open governance, and the chair of the track was Engineer Chidi Diugu. Paper from Mr. Abdul Hakim Ajijola, but presented by myself, Dewale Ajao. And just before I jump to the recommendations, just establish that governance is the establishment of policies and continuous monitoring of their proper implementation. And the primary duty of that is to enhance the prosperity and viability of the organization. We'll be talking about the nation. We took an approach in the track of looking at broadband itself, even being available before we talk about the governance. And obstacles, problems identified include obstacles from states and local governments, and also the need for protection of broadband infrastructure. One of the reasons we keep having issues is network operators keep having cable cuts and vandalism. And another problem identified was the readiness of our government agencies to even be transparent through open governance. How much information is available through their websites? How are the citizens' lives made easier through that? The recommendations include, interestingly, like from previous tracks, education. Education of both government and the governed to use our broadband resources responsibly and for the benefit of the citizens. We also recommended that we better define the extent to which broadband is said to have penetrated a location or a community. So we need to not look at, for example, Lagos State to say, oh, everybody is fine there, but recognize the fact that there are communities there that have poor internet access. We should, the track recommends that the public can be educated on the significance of all communications and interconnection infrastructure as critical national infrastructure, even while we are waiting for the critical national infrastructure bill to be passed. We also recommend that there be a push for localization of the country's data so that we keep our data in line with our territorial boundaries and sovereignty. Then local infrastructure and service providers should be encouraged by patronizing their services and holding them to high standards so that they can provide services for us. Government agencies need to be pushed to use their websites and electronic services to make life easier for us, the citizens, i.e. the customers. We should also help them to see the value of internet services to help transparency and accountability. Lastly, there's a proposal to consider changing the models that we use for reaching the unconnected. We need to think about ways, in more innovative ways, to reach those people who don't have access so that they can begin to contribute also to governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I? Okay. I want to say you have been a great audience. One thing is this, there are two ways we are going to communicate to you. First, every paper that is presented here, will upload it on our website. All these communique or the recommendations will also go to our website. And would also give the civil society recommendation that belong to them, and then government or the technical community. So stakeholders, we are coming back to you with this recommendation. We want to implement them. And we want to thank Edet for the presentation he made, the structure he told us. So we want to structure NIGF. You are free to come and be part of it. So thank you, men of these different tracks. We still have dinner. I think it's dinner now. It's no more lunch. We still, but this is 2018 edition of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. You have been a great audience. I want to say a big thank you to all of you, to the resource persons, to the minister, to our distinguished paper presenter, to Shego. Shego has done a great job. Shego, thank you. Please, you need to take a bow. You need to take a bow. He has done very good job. And we need to thank our supporters. This year, we got support from the private sector, and we want to encourage our support going forward. And we want to thank NIRA for coming strong. And we have also communicated what NIRA is all about. Be on.ng, live.ng, read.ng, practice.ng. Recommend others to be on.ng. Is that okay? Yes, we should be that. Thank you, students. We are very, very grateful. This is the end of the 2018 Internet Governance Forum. Please, if you still have questions, we are here. Thank you. Please go take your dinner. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.